And we're live.
And we're live. Well, obviously, I didn't wait to ink this thing. I ain't got time to. But I'm going to do as much of it as I can on screen. So, Brett, what did you end up doing Thursday?
Thursday we had which is our Belmont High School, which is in Decatur, where our team got soundly defeated. But whatever. It's always fun to drive an hour or so away just to sit on really uncomfortable seats. Hey, Zach Colby Gaming. GFND, that's right, buddy. There was a basketball game last night, and one of the players on the opposing team is the grandson of somebody from our Hall of Fame. And they had this big, long display and this like ceremony with a ceremonial ball they gave this kid. Took his picture, all this stuff. And then announced that his grandfather had, or they had started a memorial fund or something like that for his grandfather, or in the name of the guy's grandfather. Like, all right, and
what's that?
Well, they made like a
no, I'm talking about the message.
Oh, yeah, good idea. I don't know. So, okay, you can unsubscribe. You're never required to subscribe. I don't know why you... Okay. Anyway. So, one of our basketball players was being honored at halftime because they had scored over 1,000 points, which is awesome. In fact, by the end of that game, it was like 1,030-some points. And, God, they didn't do like it was barely, it was like a 30-second blip on the radar. And I just felt like you honored some kid who's on the opposing team more than our guy who accomplished something pretty darn impressive. But that's just me. I'm crazy like that.
Well, it's not just you. I didn't honor the kid. We can honor the other kid here if you want.
Oh, it's Jake Townsend. That's his name. Or, yeah, that's his name. Townsend. Yeah. I don't have... He's not my student, but I know he's at the school. You know, he's a neat basketball player to watch. I mean, he dunks more than pretty much anyone else on the team. So,
he scored what?
He dunks way more than anyone else.
No, he scored what?
Over 1,000 points.
Well, that's impressive.
Yeah.
Either that or the defense sucks.
I mean, it wasn't like in one game. It's over his career, but still, 1,000 points.
That's still badass. Let's hope his career's not done yet, you know? He's scoring like that. These were brand new pens when I started this project.
Are you gonna need new pens when you're done?
Well, I'm sure they're not going to last to do another with all that black, but
Yeah. So if you have to do it on the guy, I don't know who you. Okay, what's the contest that you're trying to do?
this is the contest is called SPAWNuary.
Okay.
It's Todd McFarlane's Spawn,
Okay.
and there is a contest for an alternate cover for each week of January. The first one is Spawn. The second one is Gunslinger Spawn. The third one is Sport, which is a team of spawns, kind of. And the fourth one is Any Bad Guy. But I didn't get the information. Like, I didn't really know if I was going to do this or not or whatever, but when I got all the information, it was 2 days ago when I started this.
Yeah.
Well, so it was supposed to be a week. I've had 3 days. And that's to plan it and to pencil it and to ink it. So where I'm at is 2 days in. I have this tendency to like deadlines, I guess. Deadlines inspire me.
I've always thought deadlines were kind of helpful. You know, and you're trying to get, you look at some of these people who don't need to write anymore. Not going to name any names, but they don't need to write, and
You're not
they
reading
may not
one
have finished
of
their
those not
story.
named books, right?
What?
You're not reading one of those not need to name any names books, are you?
No. No, I just mean people who don't need to write, but haven't finished a story that they started to publish and made a lot of money off of. That's why they don't have to write anymore. And they need a deadline and they don't have one, and nothing gets
They
done.
need to be held accountable, right?
Yeah.
But
I would
some
think the
people,
contracts would.
some people need that, some people don't. Like, I need that, but I'm able to do it for myself.
Yeah.
That's what our Sundays are for me. But I don't need you to be held to hold me accountable. I hold myself accountable, but I know that Sunday is my deadline, right?
Right.
Which I haven't been doing shit. That last one I did. Kind of threw me, and you were the only one that read it, so. That just kind of gets one person's feedback, which the other reason I do that is to get other feedback, other understandings. What I like having about it, at least having about 3 others, is because it's a tiebreaker. someone thinks it's good and someone thinks it sucks. The third person. And generally break the tie. You haven't had that in a while either, though.
Hey, Frank's here.
Hey, Frank. I've seen a lot of guys doing this that are way quicker, but I'm pretty happy with where I'm getting. Once the blacks are all spotted in. Kind of one of my goals was to try and not take it so serious art-wise.
Yeah.
Because this type of artwork is really shorthand. I mean, you want to be able to tell. What's that?
I think you're going to have to explain that one.
Well, that's what I was just going to do.
Okay.
So, sequential art is to tell a story, not to get a super detailed painting quality artwork in every panel.
Okay.
And I have a habit of overdoing it because I'm trying to render every shadow or render every gradation or value. So I'm trying to take myself a little bit less serious with this and focus on how the composition reads. Oh. Yeah, I want to focus on how the composition reads, and McFarlane's a little bit more of a cartoonist than some of the other artists. Like, all comic book artists are cartoonists, but a lot of us don't think about that way. We think just artists, we don't think cartoonist. And a cartoonist obviously is telling a story, right?
Right.
Like, not all artists that tell stories are cartoonists, but all cartoonists tell stories. And McFarlane, if you look at his characters, they're obviously not drawn to be portrait-like or ultra-realistic, and he's one of the first ones that will show you that his focus isn't on realistic anatomy, but interesting lines. One of the things I think that made him so successful with Spider-Man is because he attempted to make Spider-Man look and act more like a spider, like as far as visually goes.
Yeah.
He bent him in ways that nobody's really going to be able to bend. And in ways that would have been totally unbelievable if he was trying to draw it realistic. Now, David thinks of the cartoonist, but he leans more towards realistic. Mark Silvestri leans more towards realistic than cartoonist. So, I'm trying to get a little bit more realistic motion, but simplify stuff and have it more cartoon. You have to do a digital piece of art for your training. He's really been the most steady audience member.
Oh, yeah.
But he lives so far away, mailing is probably expensive as hell. If I can do something electronically. I can email during. It's a good thing they don't charge the email, right?
Right.
I remember when I was a kid, when there was a snowstorm coming, I was going to stay up to watch those flakes drop the first time, go out and play in it. Kids don't do that shit anymore.
You don't do a lot of things anymore.
Yes, that's pertaining to the word do.
Yeah.
They pseudo do.
Well, that's just like...
We do things that aren't really things and aren't really doing anything.
Well, I don't understand when they watch someone else play a video game. Just like, what?
Yeah.
Like, I get it if you're doing, like, I can't get past this stage and I need, I need help. All right.
We're on the same page with that, but I guess it's a generational gap. But like I said, they don't do anything. They find things to not do that pretend that it's doing something. Like if you're watching somebody playing a video game, you're not doing anything. You're watching somebody do something, kind of. You're watching somebody pseudo do something. They're not really doing anything either. They're playing.
That's everything. a lot of them can't watch for very long either.
So, attention span, you mean?
Yeah.
I don't know. Some game streams last fucking 5 hours, 6 hours, so it just depends. I couldn't watch a video game for 5 hours.
No.
Even back in the days when my mind was altered, there was no way. No, thank you.
Yeah, I agree. But I suppose that's us being old people.
Well, it was me being not the old people at the time.
Yeah.
That's like I hear, oh, it's the same old, or boring all the time. Well, you're not doing anything. If you're sitting around facing to your phone watching videos, or sitting around facing to your phone playing a video game or whatever, you're not doing anything. Of course it's going to be boring. You're just doing the same nothing. I'm not a fan of video games. I never really have been a fan of video games. I don't care if somebody else is. And I've hung out while people play video games. And I didn't mind watching them, but after a while, yeah. Instead of watching somebody pretend test drive a Ferrari,
say that again?
really go test drive a car.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just silly ass example, you know.
Oh, no, there are a lot of, like, when I was at, 16, I wanted my license so I could go do things. My children, I just about had to force to get, my oldest, to get his license.
I can't imagine, everybody wanted one when I was a kid.
Yeah, because
you couldn't grow up fast enough to get a license. The worst age was 15.
Yeah.
You were old enough to want to be driving, but you really couldn't be driving, so you had a bike. And you didn't want to be seen on the bike because you wanted to be hanging out with the driving crowd.
Yeah.
Now nobody gives a shit. You're not going anywhere anyway. Back in my day, when we used to get in the car, we used to cruise someplace, go to a strip, where a whole bunch of other people gathered and were cruising and going off cars and listening to music together and stuff like that. There's no such place as that anymore.
Yeah.
Shopping malls are making a little bit of a comeback, but not really. Not like what they were.
No. Oh, I gotta take care of my dog.
And no, I'm not going to color this whole thing in with this little pen. I'm just getting the edges of the line.
You know, if I could remember to turn off the mute, you might respond more often.
I probably would.
So you just said that like you're basically getting an outline, and then
I'm getting the edges.
Right, and then you're going to fill in the rest, right?
Yep.
What are you going to use to fill in the rest? A larger marker, paint, what?
Higgins black. I'm between Higgins black, which is really the normal comic book black ink.
Okay. Yeah. But when you apply
and trying out the new acrylic ink that they sent me.
So
from Holbein,
when you apply,
which I kind of like that idea too. I'm going to use some of that white because I want to expand Spawn's eyes, and there's at least one eye, and there's a few spots that I want to clean up, and I think that is going to work like 100 times better than trying to. I know than using Posca, because Posca you have to do like 17 layers to get it there. You do one layer, it looks good, and you let it dry, and then it's really thin and gray. And this is somewhere between acrylic ink and or acrylic paint and ink. So I'm there, between there. No matter what, I'm going to be happy with what I'm doing. That's the goal, is to keep myself happy, whether I win or lose, or win or don't win the contest. I guess that's the way they put it nowadays. It's not win or lose, it's just win or don't win. That's another difference in my day. When you were competing, if you didn't win, you lost.
Yeah.
Like, I've won second and third place awards, and I consider them awards, but that's first loser and second loser. They're not the winner.
Yeah.
They are what would have won if the winner didn't win.
Like Riders of the Future does that. Like they consider if you're a first, second, or third, you're a winner. And I'm like, that's really not the case.
Well,
like,
yeah.
third place isn't taking home the big prize.
Right. Or going to the big prize, depending on what your idea of the big prize is.
I like the money. Like the $6,000 for the grand prize.
Well, you know, you can make more money selling in the regular market. What I like, what kept me trying for a while, was the flying out, the celebration, and the personal classes, personalized teaching, so that I could ask like Tim Powers or any of the other guys any questions I had towards the subject that they don't cover generically,
Yeah.
Well, that was worth more than the money to me, because I figured if you can glean what you needed, what you feel like you're missing, then that's a bigger win, because that's a win that you're going to turn into more wins. And yeah, you get the publication and the accolades, I guess. But I don't think the accolades are as high anymore, because it used to be, if you won Writers of the Future, it was a start to a writing career. Now, most of them just talk about it. They most of the ones that I see that are winning, probably less than a sixth of them go on to sell novels or do a lot more short stories. They just kind of rest on their laurels and keep reselling the same story or something. Now again, I'm not trying to discourage anybody, because like I said, there is still a degree of achievement in getting something that not everybody can get. So I kind of feel it's skewed nowadays. We've had this discussion. I don't want to really jump into it, but I don't feel like everyone has equal chances. But as far as pay goes, the pay scale it's not even professional rate anymore. Unless they've upped it again, which I guess they could have. But I guess the rate actually depends too on how long of a story that you're sending in, because that figures into it, right?
Yeah.
Anyway, I decided a long time ago I'd much rather publish than hold out to publish at one or two places or whatever. If you publish, somebody's reading you. If you don't, nobody's reading you, right? Gummy bears?
No, I'm actually putting something away. That's weird that you can hear it that well.
Well, sounds like you're reaching into something to snack.
Yeah. Putting stuff away in the bag.
Yeah, that kind of has the same feeling to it to me.
Yeah, it does.
Whether it's really a snack or not, that doesn't matter a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. I should probably put my big thick pencil away. Not an allegory.
Not a euphemism?
Yeah. Is euphemism used in any other way but that particular way?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, because I've never heard of a euphemism that wasn't like a sexual innuendo.
Oh,
And is innuendo used in any other way but sexual?
Probably not. But euphemism definitely is, because we have them for going to the bathroom. We have them for, which even the phrase "going to the bathroom" is something of a euphemism. And then death. We have plenty of euphemisms for death. So those are the big three. Not a sponsor, but Diet Dr Pepper could be.
Wow, see, I was throwing your tears when you were gone like that. It's like, not a sponsor.
It could be.
And that's usually Brett's line. Yeah, I wasn't doing that, but it could be. I'll leave the subtle hint to you. Matter of fact, if we talk to these companies, especially your gummy bear company,
Albanese,
Apple, and told them that we're talking their stuff up online, maybe they would be a sponsor. We could put links to them.
That would be amazing, because Albanese are amazing. They are the best gummy bears I've ever had. And they're not even soaked in alcohol.
Not a sponsor.
Not a sponsor. They're just that good. I find it funny. You can find Albanese all over the place, and they're marketed as like other companies will bag them. But you can always tell because the Albanese has the A on it.
Yeah, my old lady is much more of a connoisseur of gummies than I am. And she knew exactly what you were talking about and went to them out when we were in some store. But like I said, I don't really eat gummies, so I would be not really included in the fandom. But I wouldn't be the fandom's menace.
Okay, my dog has managed to get lost in my hoodie. Oh my god! Oh! No, hold on a second.
So I bought the envelopes for the Venom.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I've got to get one for Jesse's Gargoyle.
Cool.
Okay, but Jesse's Gargoyle is a bigger one, so it's harder to get a hold. Yours is basically a copy paper size. It's on comic book paper, but comic book paper, like I said, if you turn a copy sheet sideways, that's exactly half.
Sorry.
Oh. I swear my dog is incredibly smart for the stupid things. Like, I've never seen it. I threw my hoodie on the bed because it was hot. And she's over there, and I looked over, and she was sniffing my hoodie, which, whatever. And she kept sniffing it, and then she crawled in. And then she got lost, and she couldn't get out of it. Which, I was
Couldn't find
laughing
fresh air.
My only issue was I didn't want my hoodie ruined. So, but anyway, she's out now. I messaged people in my family because A, they would never believe me that the dog put on the hoodie, which she did. But also that way they come look and get it off her. She was alone all day today, and I think she just misses people.
Trying not to let it psych me out that I have an extra day. That's the kind of stuff that can make you turtle hair race. Yeah, I can make it. So that's it? What else?
What?
You said, so that's it? What else?
I don't know. What else? What?
I don't know. You've been gone for a day.
Yeah?
I can't be expected to think and talk.
While you're working? Sorry.
Right? Well, it's not just while I'm working. It's while I'm concentrating on this little ass shit that I have to fit a broad tip into. Like when I was tattooing, you get to your coloring parts, and you're fitting this big ass needle into little ass spaces. Kinda, you shut up and concentrate for a minute or two. Then when you get past that stuff. What's that?
I said, why do you have to concentrate? Just wing it.
Well, because I don't like to cover up stuff if I don't have to. Seeing a lot of different art coming into it.
Yeah?
Yep. The thing that I did before I started was, I was like, it's like 320 issues or something like that into Spawn.
Yeah.
Like, what pose on a cover haven't I seen? I'm like, I've seen pretty much every pose there could be on a cover. Then I stumbled across a bodybuilder pose where they're literally posing for muscle.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I haven't seen that one. I could just change it around a little bit. So, I mean, I'm not going to say that that'll make any difference, but I know that no one else is drawing my pose unless they watch me and trying to steal it out from under me. I'm sure everybody else has different ideas of what they want to put into it, but if I was trying to draw an interior page or a splash page or something like that,
yeah,
it would be different because there would be a different point. What I'm trying to do is, as I'm drawing this page or as I'm drawing this cover pinup, leave enough room to put the title up, and then the little whatever is happening inside the issues.
Right.
And leave enough space for that, but yet still have the kind of dramatic lighting and pose. A lot of what I'm seeing, they're filling the whole page up with detailed stuff, which is really, don't get me wrong, it's awesome for those who are just looking to do a pinup.
Yeah.
But for trying to do a cover or for trying to do a splash panel or something like that, you have to leave room for words, and I guess that's what I'm trying to do, is achieve all that in enough of an understated way that they could pretty much put the words over anything but his face and his hands, so you got plenty of room. Hands aren't important, but they do serve a compositional purpose of pulling your eye towards the center. We'll see if mature thinking has any bearing on it. If I had any more than 3 days to plan it, I probably would have gone with a more detailed picture, but I probably still would have left a lot of room for
title and all the information that has to go there.
Yeah, title and what's in this issue and a letter box and whatever. Hey, Jeff.
Am I Jeff?
No, Jeff Field.
Oh. I did not see that Jeff was there.
Let's see how long it takes to switch drafts. Yeah, he just said looking killer, so 2 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Did you watch the beginning when I was roughly penciling it?
You're talking to me or Jeff?
Jeff, I don't know whether you watched the old shows or not. I wouldn't expect
sometimes
you
I do.
to, but I wouldn't expect you to.
Sometimes you say something like a book that I can't remember, so then I have to go back through and look. Like, oh, what was that book? Oh, dog. So my dog is right here next to me. Like, she's not leaving me alone, which is fine by me because I love her. But she has all this fuzz from my hoodie, which I don't know what's up with that hoodie, but like if I put it on, I have to have someone look at the back of my head because it'll Velcro to my shaved head. So,
No Velcro. What kind of hood? What kind of inside is it?
well, it's pretty soft, so I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, that's. I bet you that's what it is. My old lady don't like that kind of inside. Big fluffy white puffy inside that looks like kind of cotton or wool type of puffy, but it's not.
yeah. By the way, Jeff said he was stuck at work. Just saw it on Facebook.
Oh, cool. This is the cool part anyway. The penciling was, I changed some of the penciling. So on my off day yesterday, I changed the penciling and inked a lot of this. Because I know it would take forever just to get the outlines in. And the contest is due tomorrow, so. I'm posting it on Instagram. I wish I'd have known that I had to download the sketch cover. I don't know how yet Jenny did it, but he managed to print one out. I'm assuming on Bristol board. Would have been nice. Now I've got a. Well, Alex said he'd help me to take this image and put it on the digital version. But
Well,
I hate having to depend on somebody else when I can do it myself and get it done, but I can't do it myself.
Can't you, like, technically, couldn't you take a snapshot of it with your iPad? Don't you have an iPad?
I do not.
Oh.
If I had an iPad, I would have Procreate, and I'd probably be doing this in Procreate. That said, I do have CSP, and you're able to do that, but I don't know the CSP program well enough yet, and the tablet that I have doesn't articulate like I want it to.
Okay.
It's a cheaper version of a Wacom Cintiq.
Okay.
Because I can't afford the real Wacom Cintiq. So there's no way I'll figure all that stuff out and switch it over. If it doesn't work, like if it's used, because I downloaded a scanner program for my phone.
Hey, Jeff said that he likes where you are going with the chains. I know it isn't anywhere close to finished, but it reminds me of a comic book. Which
that's good.
Yeah.
That's good. The chains aren't what's supposed to remind you of a comic book. They are not made to be realistic. They don't have all the twists and turns of a regular chain would. But yeah, it's supposed to be a design element. Boy. Yeah, I wanted this a team instead of teeth right here. We just can't afford $3,000 on it.
Yeah. Did I tell you about the screen protector thing?
Yep.
Okay. I looked into
I
some
actually knew about it already.
Oh, well, I did not. So I looked up some of them on Amazon. I think I'm going to order some because it doesn't look like they don't see it. Unless there's some special one that I'm supposed to get. They seem to be plenty of them, and they don't seem that expensive.
As long as it fits. It's not you don't have to have a particular one for a particular phone. Unless it's a different size. But usually, if you look them up on Amazon, they will tell you what phones the sizes fit.
Right. So I'm not exactly sure why I'm doing this, other than I don't know. Safety meetings. Jeff said he'll be right back. He has to run off for a safety meeting.
Oh yeah.
Safety meetings.
Yeah, it's not as much code as it used to be anymore, right?
I figure playing around on an iPad is cheap, like since someone else provided the iPad.
Yeah. Well, I want an iPad too.
I just figure it's cheaper than at this point, now that someone has already bought the iPad and somebody already provided the Procreate. Then,
yeah, Procreate's pretty cheap anyway. It's like $15.
Okay, but still, I mean, it's the only thing I had to buy was a stylus that I liked, and or a pencil, whatever you want to call it, or pen, whatever. And
usually they call it a pen. It is basically a stylus, but it's a multi-point, multi-pressure stylus.
Yeah. Okay. Dog, hold on. I got to get rid of this dog.
I just thought you said you loved it.
I do love the dog.
I got to get rid of this dog.
She's about to knock over my computer.
That's it,
what
dog.
she's trying to get to, and I don't really care.
That's it, dog. You or the cannolis got to go, and I like cannoli.
Yeah, she's coming over here, and then there's no real room for her to turn around. So I know she's going to get stuck. Because, dogs don't really like walking backwards. Oh, God, now she's looking at me. Oh, gosh. Yeah. Oh, well. Seriously, she's staring at me. It's like I have food and I don't have food. There's food downstairs.
See, the cat tries to stare at me and do that shit. You know what I do? I stare at it back and I pick one eye and stare at that one single eye until it turns the fuck away. And then don't talk to me.
Oh.
Then I've asserted my dominance and it's done.
Yeah, our dog was kind of weird when we first got her. because, I mean, she's beautiful and all this stuff, but when we first got her, she would try to hump us. I'm like, first off, dog, you don't have the equipment, so I don't know what you're doing. And then I found out it's a way of for dogs to try to assert dominance. And I was like, secondly, dog, I can carry you, I can throw you. You're not asserting any dominance here. Just knock it off.
I can sell you to my owner.
Yeah, well.
That might have been extreme, so I'll just not do that.
Well, she got over it eventually. I just kept telling her no. And then, and then she started, now she's just a big snuggling dog. So. One of my favorite Christmas presents. I always think it's funny when I see those ads about dog isn't a Christmas present. It's a commitment for 12 years or whatever it is.
My dog was a Christmas present. That was my favorite Christmas present that year.
Yeah, I'm like, are you kidding me? I love this dog. I'm stoked that I get 12 years or, whatever. It's the gift that keeps on giving. So.
Yes, I'm very much a dog friend, so. Nowadays, you can't say dog lover because that implies some shit that's pretty nasty anymore. Especially with them changing laws in Greece and France or wherever.
Okay. I didn't know anything about that.
Oh, yeah.
What were you looking up?
I wasn't looking up anything.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Rich is trying to find vacation spots.
No, sir. That is not a fact. Somebody else had pointed it out, and I thought it was pretty fucking nasty. But apparently Greece, or one of them, Greece and France or something like that, have made all love legal, so animal love is legal too. Well, I guess the one thing that you don't have to worry about with animal love is the Me Too movement. Okay, so now that subject has been broached, I gotta say, did you hear that the first Me Too movement of the year already the accusation was made?
No.
Paula Abdul, someone on that talent show apparently,
oh yeah,
was molesting a 60-year-old woman. I mean, Paula Abdul.
Wow, that's okay. Yeah, I guess you're right. She is.
Okay, so not to downplay unwanted touching. Gotta say that right off, otherwise somebody will be all like, "Oh, they're saying it's okay to." No, I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying, of all the people that you're gonna do some shit like that with, like, I don't know if I would try to go after 60-year-old pop stars, Madonna is definitely not on the list. You see her new dance where she actually has to have a handrail to keep from dodging lasers that are blasting between her legs.
No.
Yeah.
I can say I have not seen any of that.
That's
I don't look it up either, Rich. I don't know.
All over Facebook, like I just said.
Sure. I haven't seen it on
For
Facebook.
sure. I'm sure.
I haven't.
Well, now you're going to see it all over the fucking place, so there you go.
Thanks.
I didn't think it was Madonna until I read a comment. I was like, oh shit, but it was pretty nasty to begin with because she's wearing this like silver kind of jumpsuit and she's holding on to a rail and trying to look like she's screwing somebody. And these fake ass lightning bolts or whatever are zipping between her legs and stuff. Somebody's all like, well, good thing that Madonna has handrails now. So she don't fall and get injured. That I found amusing. Oh boy.
I don't think there's anything that makes me feel older than watching really old pop stars that, really should have retired a long time ago.
Really old pop stars bust a hip.
Yeah.
Trying to grab their crotch and thrust it.
Or really old rock stars, but I don't really care. But like musicians you listen to when you were young, and then you see them and they look like understudies for the Rolling Stones. They're just like, oh.
Who are those musicians?
It's just like I'm always shocked that Keith Richards outlived anyone from Rush. Really?
Oh, cancer.
Yeah, I know, I get it. But...
Yeah, but cancer, no age, man. Age don't matter. I'm shocked that Keith Richards and Lemmy survived as long as they have. And Lemmy's not with us anymore, but there were jokes every day about how long is Lemmy going to be here. Well, this is a spot for that friggin' light. I can't even use the excuse of line weight. It's on the wrong side. Let me go ahead and get away with it just on this couple of links. To show they're going a different direction than the other ones.
It's the claw.
The claw?
Yeah, have you ever seen Liar Liar?
Long time ago.
He does this thing called the claw, and it attacks the kid, basically. And you just put your hand in front of the camera, and we're doing this thing like the claw, and that's just
okay.
That's what it reminded me of.
Okay. When you said the claw, I think fucking Pixar and the aliens and fucking Toy Story. The claw.
Yeah.
Or the wrestler. That's because I'm old.
Yeah.
Boy. As soon as I get the chains done, they're done. So I'm reading that writing book.
Yeah.
And this is a person that's supposed to be instructing on writing.
Yeah.
And says, make sure the current story is laid down first, or it's more important than the past history.
Okay.
Not more important than the present history? Sounds a little bit redundant.
A little bit.
Especially for a writing instructor to say.
There was a sentence in the Stephen King book
Huh.
that I was like, oh my God, this is a bad sentence. Like, I don't think it's grammatically correct. I really don't. I'm reading this thing, I'm like, it's got an introductory...
Well, it's probably not. It doesn't have to be grammatically correct anymore because he's Stephen King.
Well, I guess, but I mean, it's not like a stream of consciousness thing where he doesn't need to be grammatically correct. But my goodness, this sentence was really kind of like it could easily be misread, and it needs a comma. One comma would fix everything. There are other ways of fixing it, but again, it's got an introductory preposition or prepositional phrase, that should have a comma after it. And he omitted it. And I'm looking at this thing, I'm like, this could literally mean two different things, easily. And either you need to move this modifying phrase to the end of the sentence where it actually belongs, or you need a comma after it. But
was it the Oxford comma?
No. I mean, I know how we are about the Oxford comma, but this is more about an introductory phrase to the sentence. It was bad. Like, I'm willing to give people pretty good room, I think, when it comes to their grammar. Like, I'm like, okay. Like, I know it's not as cut and dried as some people make it out to be. But, my goodness, like, my one rule when it comes to grammar is it's got to make the sentence clear.
Yeah, that's the purpose of grammar. I was actually just talking about that with someone today. Like, the purpose of grammar is to make sure it's understood by everybody. It's accessible to everyone, because that is the way we spell that word. That is the way we use that phrase.
That is what, this is how you know where the modifier actually, like what you're modifying, what's being talked about. Trust me, I get it, but oh my goodness. And there's more than one way of doing things sometimes, and I understand that as well. Like, I get the argument behind dropping the Oxford comma. It's wrong, but I get it.
Yeah, except for that it can be confusing, while as if you put the Oxford comma in, it really can't.
Right. That's my argument for the Oxford comma. Because adding it never makes it more confusing, but leaving it out can make it more confusing. I have a problem with not using it. I don't care what publishers say.
I've read a number of stories where when they didn't use the Oxford comma, I didn't know what the hell. Like, I had to go back and reread.
So, yeah, I was just deep. I mean, I try not to be that guy, but man, my wife was next to me. I was like, look at this sentence. It's terrible. The absolute stereotype of the English teacher, which is kind of funny because there's a character in the book who's constantly bitching about everyone else's writing. So, it's like, oh. That was the other thing that I read the author's note at the end of the book. Haven't finished the book, but I thought, let's see what he says. So I read it, and he recognizes that some people might think he's being preachy, because he is.
Right.
But he swears it's necessary. Now, I'm halfway through the book. I still don't see how it's necessary. All right. And I get characters are not the same thing as the author. Okay?
I told you why it was necessary.
Well, I'm just saying.
Necessary for him to become relevant again.
But, yeah, he's talking about stuff like there are, some people just can't mix, like, vaxxed and unvaxxed, or Trumpers and never Trumpers. And I'm like, and that's kind of a problem. We shouldn't have politics that divide where you just cannot mix.
Right.
And I don't think this book is doing anything to help people, come together. It's just...
Oh, no, because he's a never Trumper. Like, that, it's definitely not gonna...
Yeah, I don't...
It's not gonna be bipartisan or... Like, that's a lot of the conversations that I've been having lately with people outside in the real world are about this idea that you can't have a difference of opinion. You can't you know, like you have to either agree or you're a piece of shit.
Right.
And this country was really formed on the idea that we could disagree and benefit from our disagreement. And you know, that's called discourse, which nobody gets. You can't have discourse if everybody's got the same opinion, you know?
Right.
There is no discourse when everybody's got the same opinion. It's impossible. Because there's nothing that separates it from the last opinion.
Yeah.
That's truly the saddest thing about all of this polarization that's been going on lately. Because I used to be able to have conversations with people on both sides of the political spectrum, and I didn't feel like I was the extreme on either side. I felt like I was near the middle, you know?
Right.
Yeah. It really sucks because people can have opinions that differ from other people and still pretty much agree on the most part about what their politics are, if that even matters. I don't know if I'm naive or what, but as when I was young, we didn't have to deal with all this bullshit. It wasn't super politic everywhere. Like, I could actually not even hear about politics if I wanted to.
Yeah.
Now, you can't. You can't go anywhere. You can't read a book. You can't listen to music. You can't. I don't know. It's too damn bad that there has to be that kind of polarization. Because I find people, doesn't matter what side of the spectrum they're on, I find people on both sides have intelligent, if not even arguments, desires. You know, that's what they want, is they want something good out of what all this amounts to, but they're not really pushing for the good stuff, they're just pushing. And when they do, they're like, oh, only for us, you know. Like, no, the good should be for everybody. The bad should be for everybody. That's half the problem with polarization, is that you're excusing bad behavior because it's not your party or your side, I guess.
Well,
that is bad, though.
I don't know. I mean, some of the stuff with this politics, yeah, it seems like you're rooting for teams more than you're actually thinking about how things should be run. That's something,
Exactly.
you know, that I can't get behind any of that. Sorry. You know, I like to look at, all right, who's going to probably leave me alone the most? Because I don't want to be taxed into oblivion. I don't know. Who do I think is going to help us be safe? That kind of thing. Who's going to help us be prosperous? And, you know, if someone's doing a good job, I don't care if they're Republican or Democrat. But there are too many people, like Kennedy, John F. Kennedy, the assassinated president. I don't think if he were resurrected today, he would not be allowed to run on the Democrat Party ticket.
Yeah, probably correct.
He would not be on that. And I find that kind of weird. I'm like, oh, I don't agree with everything Kennedy did, but I can get behind quite a bit of it, actually.
Right.
And
because a lot of what he did wasn't based on politics, but based on what he thought was right for the country.
right. And then, like, this could be my naivety, I guess, but like when Bill Clinton was the president, now granted it was a Republican Congress, but it was the 90s, things were going well. I have no, I don't like the accusations, but it hasn't been proven in court, I don't think. And so I just like, whatever, like, because like his name's coming up in the Epstein files, whatever it is. And I'm like, well, that's not cool. And if it's true, maybe he should be tried, whatever. But
well, if it's true, but that's
I'm saying as a president, I didn't think he did a bad job. I voted for Clinton. He's the first president I could vote for, and I voted for him. I think it was him or Dole. And I was in college, and I thought there is no way in this lifetime. Well, I just never thought Dole could. Like, he doesn't have my interest. I never felt like he had my interest. I just thought he was out of touch.
I was joking. I said Bob Dole. Bob Dole would be a good president.
Yeah.
Remember how he used to talk about himself?
Yeah.
First person.
So, there's that. But
just short of using the royal we.
There are things that I tend to agree more with Reagan, but he did stuff that was shady and not cool. And some of that is about.
I think a lot of that is misattributed and intentionally misattributed.
Well, the Iran Contra affair is kind of, it's little, but it's shady. Like, it just was. I'm not. So there's that. There's a lot of stuff. But in the end, I tend to look at.
They took the Mr. Gorbachev tear down that wall part out of his speech.
Oh yeah.
4 times. And he put it back in 3 times. And the 4th time, he just didn't put it back in and did it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it's a weird conversation, but.
Yeah, Jeff
that's
came back.
Kind of a word association thing, right?
But, that's just how I feel about. I remember I voted for Barack Obama the first time because, let me see, he was running against McCain the first time, and I thought McCain is not bringing anything to the table, and I was hoping Barack Obama would be a force for positive good, and but in the grand scheme of things, it's like now things got worse. That's how I judge. Like I was hopeful for Barack Obama, and then he kind of crept. When Trump originally ran, I was like, "Oh God, we seriously have a single party system." That was really what I thought. I thought there is no way this guy who used to hang out with the Clintons was going to be any different than the Clintons,
right?
And I thought, yeah, like I could just picture in my mind. There's Donald Trump talking to Bill and Hillary, and they're talking about the Clinton Foundation and how much money they make off of that. And Donald Trump going, I could do that. That's really what I thought. And maybe that's what really happened. I don't know. But in the end, I have to look at, okay, where was the country before COVID? And it was better. Here is the country after COVID, and it's worse. So that's how I'm judging my political decisions. I'm just, how are things going? Do I like it? Whatever. But it doesn't mean I think if you voted for Biden, you're a terrible person.
Right.
I don't think that at all. I think you thought that there was something there. If if he had been able to
I
fulfill,
think most people voted for Biden to not vote for Trump.
it could be. I find it weird that here's a guy that's a known plagiarist. You know, it's a lot of this stuff that he said while he was in the Senate, like that's Clarence Thomas stuff. I'm like, how does this guy get a pass on saying what he said? You know, that kind of stuff. Which I suppose kind of shows, you know, why I lean more on the right, but the right does stuff too that, like I said, with Reagan was the Iran-Contra affair. You know, there's shady stuff that a lot of people do.
Nobody's perfect.
I think we have a guest for a moment. Hey, look! It's Murphy.
It's his birthday.
It is his birthday.
It's his birthday. Birthday treat.
There. That's your weekly Murphy clip. My wife got me a little tiny printer that, yeah, that's my son's dwarf hamster.
Yeah, but that just sounded.
That's his name. My wife got me a little tiny printer. No, but my wife got me a printer that you put in this sticker paper in, and it'll print right from your phone, so you can make these little stickers wherever you want. And which I find like that is the most amazingly fun, useless thing ever. But so I had pictures of Murphy on my phone that my son had sent me, so I made a sticker, put it on my lectern, and my other son saw it. He's like, well, that'll be sad when Dad's a senior. I'm like, why? He's like, Murphy will be dead by then. I was like, wow, that's dark. Jeff, I think that's kind of cool that your parents voted opposite. My wife does not like to vote. She voted the last election, although it was hard. Right before the last election, my wife lost her ID. So she had to get a provisional ballot, and they didn't know how to do that. And it was just like,
You didn't even know how to do a provisional ballot?
yes, they literally were like, just go get another ID. She's like,
I was gonna
no.
say, just tell them to mail it in. Just give her a mail-in ballot.
Well, what's kind of funny, Indiana rarely, like, I'm not saying don't go vote, people, because I think you should vote. Okay? Not saying don't go vote. I'm not saying your vote doesn't matter. But in Indiana, I can tell you right now, the odds of Trump not taking Indiana are pretty darn small. In 2028, whoever the Republican candidate is, probably going to win Indiana. Like, that's just the way it works. Yeah, Jeff, I agree. We are mostly limited to the lesser evils. I like what Thomas Sowell said, that there are no solutions, there are only trade-offs. I think that's pretty accurate. And I think, you know, when we look at the lesser of two evils, what we're really looking at is what can we stomach? You know what I mean? Like, I don't like this about a candidate, but overall it's better than this about that candidate. So, like, there are things like RFK Jr. There are some things that I that he's done that I like. There are some things that I don't. Would I prefer him over Biden? Absolutely. I look at my wallet. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
But I'm done.
Well, I mean, if you want to know how to vote, you do.
Double entendre.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, there's nothing like that ever anymore. And you know, now that you mention it, it's not just voting that's that way. It's everything, business, everything. They don't just talk about what they do well. It's all about what the competition doesn't do well at, or unfortunately.
Jeff said it's easier to farm attention from negativity. Probably accurate, because your brain's wired to worry about danger, which is a negative, than it is to find the positive. Like your brain's wired to see the snake, not the berries.
There's that, but there's also, it's harder to undo something like that. Once somebody starts bad-mouthing somebody, it's harder.
I don't know. I mean,
it's harder to outlive a bad reputation, whether it's just or not.
True.
Than make a good one. There's an old saying that comes from tattooing, is that if somebody likes your work, they tell all their friends. If somebody hates your work, they tell everybody.
Yeah.
And that's the same thing. That's the same thing.
See, I don't know. I think, although I haven't seen any ads, political ads yet, I have seen news clips and whatnot, and Vivek Ramaswamy tends to be, this is what I'm going to do, this is what I stand for, and I'm not endorsing him in any way, shape, or form. I don't think he'll be the nominee, but I mean, he's a very positive message, I think, overall. You know, he doesn't want people divided, he wants them brought together, and you know, a lot of it sounds a lot like Obama's first campaign, to be honest with you. It's like the Republican version.
Well, when it can't be true, it sounds like a Democrat, but it's not.
Well, I mean,
half the shit that Trump said when he was in office was already said by Clinton during the Clinton administration or before he became president.
Yeah.
So, you know, if you're speaking the same thing as a Democrat would say, but you're not a Democrat, then you're full of shit.
Yeah, Jeff, I agree. I don't think he's quite ready for it. Which might be the plan. Either A, he figured out that he can make money off of this, or B, you know, you get your toes wet, you get known, this is how you do it, and then, yeah.
Like DeSantos?
Oh, Vivek was part of the Dem Party? I didn't know that.
What's that?
Jeff said that Viv, which I'm assuming is Vivek, was part of the Dem Party. At one time.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what he's saying, because I know he's running as a Republican. But and some of that party affiliation stuff, I don't know. I mean, sometimes it's like in Indiana, if you want to get anywhere, you're going to have to be a Republican. It doesn't matter. If you're not going well, like, it's like, I mean, yeah, you pretty much have to be a Republican in Indiana if you're going to do anything else. I imagine, I mean, there are some California people, but most of the time you're going to have to be a Democrat. I realize Reagan was Republican, but Reagan was a Democrat originally. So, you know, I don't necessarily know if party matters as much as personal philosophy, but we'll see.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff says, give me a moment. I don't know what for, but sure. Moments are free. Have as many as you'd like.
Yeah, I remember last election cycle.
Yeah.
No, the one before that. 2016, right?
Yeah. No, the one before the last one? Yeah, it was 2016. That's when Trump got elected.
Yep. They were
shocked the hell out of me.
No, they were literally saying the Democrats were literally changing their status to Republican to nominate Trump because they believed that Hillary could beat him.
Well, now
nope, I'm just stating facts because I've seen it and I've seen the receipts. So
yeah, but here's the thing. I remember voting in Indiana. You can vote in whatever primary you want, and I voted in the Democratic primary for Barack Obama so that Hillary Clinton wouldn't get the nomination. That's how much I really did not like Hillary Clinton.
Yeah, but those are both from the same party.
Well, I'm just...
It's a strategic thing to go and nominate Trump if you were a Democrat at that time because they believed that the Democrats could clean out Trump.
Oh.
So they were literally telling each other, I mean, I've seen the messages telling each other that to switch for the primaries so that Trump would be the main candidate because Hillary could beat him.
Yeah.
I hate politics. I really do.
Well, that's like
politics.
Viva Fry says, politics ruins everything, and I kind of agree.
It divides everybody.
Well, the way it currently is done, yeah.
Currently, as in,
I'm saying that we've had political figures that have united the country. We've had
always divided people into parties. Always. That's all it ever has done.
Nah.
When hasn't it? In
again,
one instance in history, did politicians not divide people by their politics?
Okay, but lots of things divide people. But we've also seen them unify the people.
I have not.
Well,
what politician have you seen unify people?
Well, here's the okay. I'll give you a good example, and then I'll also argue your point just a little bit. But
just it's just the point that we say it like it's going to ever be different, but that's what politics are. They're dividing people up into groups.
Here's the thing. I think Barack Obama won because he brought a message of hope, and
I think he won because he was the first black candidate.
He was not the first black candidate. Jesse Jackson ran for office in the 80s.
Oh, yeah. Nobody considered him a real candidate.
No, he did. and why some senator who never voted for anything was a better candidate. I mean, I think it kind of shows where we were as a country. But I think
it was all about it's gonna be a black guy, and he's young, and he's got the young vote and all this other shit. That's what it was. But yeah, he didn't ever do anything. He lied and made himself out to be a constitutional expert, which he wasn't.
Oh, that's for certain.
So yeah, I mean, people went into it with misgivings and into a lie. So, but it doesn't change the fact that that's what politics do. They divide people. Yeah, you would like to think that it eventually allows people to unite to a cause, but I don't think any generation has ever been fine with electing any party, because there's always another party saying that, well, it's their fault, you know. Everything that's gone wrong is because of them. It's always the excuse. I've never seen politics do anything but be divisive. I've never seen a great uniter. I know Obama was supposed to be. He was also supposed to be a great orator, but I didn't find him a great orator. He was definitely better than
the next two presidents. Yes.
Well, Bush is what I.
He was better. Barack Obama was probably a better orator than. I mean, I know he's better than Trump. I mean, I'm sorry, Trump is not an orator. Biden. Okay,
I don't think Barack Obama is really an orator.
Well,
So,
I'm just saying, if you look at Biden, Trump, Bush the second, even Bush the first. I mean, they're not. Clinton wasn't bad. Bill Clinton. And Reagan was great. Reagan was really good, actually.
yeah,
I
Reagan
think-
was an actor.
Yeah, but it.
Well, then he
Work.
had to be a kind of a good orator if he's a successful actor.
But it's. I mean, when you compare anyone in your lifetime, any of the presidents that have, for me, it's Carter, Reagan, Bush, Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump, Biden, right? I think those are the presidents that we've had in my lifetime. And I would say that Reagan and I'd probably say Reagan's the top, orator, and then probably Barack Obama would be my number two.
Yeah, I just don't think he was really a great orator.
Okay, but I'm saying he's better than
Okay.
most of the presidents you've had.
Better than other ones don't mean he's great.
That's true.
And that's what I'm saying. They claim he was a great orator. I don't think he was. In my opinion, he was not. Was he better than Joe Biden? Well, yeah, Eli's better than Joe Biden. But I'm just
Come on,
saying,
man.
he's better than others at talking, but he still was kind of monotone and droning.
But people swooned. They swooned.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's not because of that.
Yeah, I know.
Whatever. Like, I really didn't want to dive deep into politics. We were just saying, I hate them because they divide people.
Okay.
That's what they do. That's like a government. You can't complain the government slows things down if you're voting for a government. Governor is defined by slowing stuff down. That is the definition of a governor.
That's
I mean, or something that slows down or diverts power. So take some pencil lines out of here now. See it clearer. We're talking, like I was saying, I was talking earlier about grammar.
Yeah.
And the person I was talking to, we have some of the same political leanings, and he was talking about the whole Trump affair that's going on now. And of course, we're in agreement to the fact that it isn't about Trump that everybody's opposing it. It's about the fact that you're using Trump as an excuse to have one state be able to make sure that somebody can't be voted on by the rest of them. Because if the courts rule that Colorado has a right to remove him from the ballot for a non-existent crime, one that he has not been prosecuted and found guilty of, convicted
Some
of.
might say he was prosecuted and he was found innocent.
Yeah, and some would also say that he was prosecuted for a misdemeanor version of it and found guilty, but then they waived it and said that he wasn't. But yeah, so it's the same, like I'm not trying to do the whole defending of Trump as much as if one state can say for whatever arbitrary reason that guy can't be on the ballot, they rob the voters' rights. They don't rob that person's rights, which that's what the conflation is. That's what people are led to believe, is that, oh yes, this is good because it's against Trump. It's not against Trump. It's against the voters.
Yeah.
It doesn't change Trump's life really at all.
Well, not only that, but I mean, I'm sorry, but if Colorado can do that and Maine can do that, then Indiana can just go, yeah, well, Biden won't be on the ballot here because he can defend the border. Or
it doesn't even matter because
yeah,
they're saying that Trump did, and he did it because, well, we said he did it. That is the key right there. There's no evidence. There's no prosecution of him for it, and he had to have been impeached because he was president at the time.
Right.
So they would have had to impeach him to prove that he was guilty of it.
He was impeached by the House, but he goes to trial in the Senate, and the Senate said, no, he's good.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, he wasn't completely impeached. The whole process was not done. He wasn't censured, any of that shit. So, but that's also a sideline topic. What I'm saying is that they don't have any justification for taking him off the ballot. They're saying because it was obvious he was an insurrectionist, but the problem is, if it was, he would have been convicted of it.
Yeah.
And that is more to what my point was, is that he's really hasn't committed a crime legally, so there shouldn't even be a question. It shouldn't even be a question. They can't remove you from the ballot. Matter of fact, the only reason they're supposed to be able to remove you from the ballot, which they're using as an excuse, which has nothing to do with it, is if you are disqualified, like if you're not 35 years old or not a natural-born citizen. There are some actual disqualifications for running for running as the president of the United States. And that's what the Secretary of State has the ability to do, is basically point out the obvious. Oh yeah, you can't do that because you're not a, natural born citizen or whatever. But that's not what they're doing. And
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure because
I find it really odd that since the Civil War, no president has been accused of it. And it wasn't created for a president anyway, because the president doesn't swear the oath that is paramount that you had to have sworn to. Like, the president and the vice president don't swear the oath to uphold and defend the Constitution. That is Senate. That is the appointees, the officers of a particular administration. There's no doubt the framers knew exactly what they were doing. They're saying those guys that left the service of being a senator to insurrect, literally, can't come back and take up their old cozy jobs anymore. That's what they were saying. And if Jefferson Davis had been elected by the United States, like the people of the United States altogether overwhelmingly, it wouldn't have mattered what he'd done before because he had not sworn those oaths. So he could, in fact, have ran. So it's an outdated amendment that was written for one purpose. It was written for the Civil War, and it was written to keep the people that abandoned office to fight against the Union in the Civil War out of office. Not out of running for president, but out of office. So, I mean, I guess if you really look at what they're saying, you know that it's all crap.
the president does have to swear to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution.
What's missing?
I don't know what's missing.
Uphold. If you look at the oath, and I'm not talking for me, I'm talking about a lawyer broke this shit down the other night.
Well, I know. It says, I do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the office of President of the United States and will do the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Okay.
That's literally what it says. And I'm just saying that. That's all I'm saying.
I'm just saying they broke it down already, and that is whatever the oath is that they're supposed to swear. The president doesn't swear that oath, and the vice president doesn't swear that oath. And that's actually in the argument that Trump's lawyers are presenting to the Supreme Court. You have to look up the exact wording of the 14th Amendment, but I think it's Section 3 particularly, but it's a different oath.
Well, it is a different oath because
Yep.
it's one of the few ones that are. It's the text is specified for the president, not for senators. Jeff said several things while you were talking, so I will read them now. He said, we can't elect with our feelings. Too many people forget that. Vote with logic. Every single one of them. them is a bundle of pros and cons. He says, I think a presidential election is for everyone in the country, less federal level. No state should have the power to remove a presidential candidate. That is removing freedoms. I kind of agree with that, and I think the other states should be able to see Colorado and Maine because it affects who their president is too. Like, I don't think any state gets to make that decision.
What I'm saying is that's what the ruling is going to be.
Yeah.
That is what the ruling from the same Supreme Court. That's why they have to do it, and they have to do it soon because it is going to change law.
Yeah. And then he said, especially, man, we didn't elect her, so how the heck does she make that choice? Yeah, I don't know if Colorado's much better because it was all Democrat-appointed judges. It's not like they were voted in.
Yeah,
so,
except that it was Republicans that put it forth.
Yeah, I've looked into some of that. I don't know how 100% accurate that is.
Well, it was broken down by the file.
And again,
the Republicans are the ones that pushed it to begin with. Now, of course, I'm sure they retracted it after, but it doesn't really matter. Like, the facts are the facts, right?
yeah, that's when you start looking into uniparty and you know, yeah, Trump was outside, so nobody liked it, or no one in power likes it. So, I don't know.
Right.
Huh. Yeah, Jeff, you and me both. I just want to be left alone and not drown in taxes.
Well, that's the whole libertarian thing, right?
Yep, pretty much. Let me do my thing. You know.
Well, the non-aggression pact. I won't fuck with you. Don't fuck with me.
Pretty much.
Government shouldn't fuck with me. You shouldn't fuck with me. Nobody should fuck with me. As long as I'm not hurting anybody, there shouldn't be a problem.
By the way, Jeff said you're correct.
I'm correct.
Or you just said correct, but I'm assuming that the non-aggression thing.
Yes. Non-aggression pact. That is the founding principle of the libertarians. Everybody makes fun of the "are you detaining me" thing, but the actual founding principle is that you shouldn't mess with somebody and nobody should be messing with you.
Are the chains that I mean, they're kind of the one of the motifs of Spawn, right?
Yeah.
Is that like a ripoff of the chains in Hellraiser, or an homage?
I have no idea. You'd have to ask McFarlane.
I'm just saying, Hellraiser. I mean,
Yeah, Spawn,
the
Hell,
gash is from hell, and
I get it.
Spawn's from hell, and like I never made the connection until I'm looking at you draw this, and I'm like, no wait. Knowing what I know of Spawn, and knowing what I know of Hellraiser, it seems kind of similar. So.
It is, but also you want to think about it, then realize that the 90s Image comics, almost everybody was wearing chains. It was wearing chains.
Yeah.
Though it does seem logical that that's Spawn's connection to the chains. Also, in the original incarnation, this part of his suit, this was white and then this was red.
Yeah.
It's not anymore, it's black. And I don't know why, because I don't know what changed.
Well, I don't know. I did a quick search. Nothing's really coming up. I mean, there's some comparisons, but didn't know if maybe it had already been answered.
It probably has at some point, but to be honest with you, I haven't followed Spawn in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I like the artwork, but I never really got into the storyline, so I was like, eh. And that was right near the end of my virginity, basically, because then I got a girlfriend, and then I was done with comics because I had other things to do. So, I think it's absolutely. Jeff said he found a single article, but he's not sure about it. But yeah, I remember. Yeah, Spider-Man came out, like the first Spider-Man, Spawn had come out. Like, I have those. You know, and then I spent all my money taking my girl out, which in the grand scheme of things was a really good investment, I gotta tell you, because I'm still with that girl. So.
Like, how you gonna say not? She'd eventually hear that shit and castrate you.
Spawn did not come out before Hellraiser.
No, I didn't think it did.
Well, Jeff said it seems like Spawn came out just before. So
No. Hellraiser came out in what, 86?
Something, I don't know. I mean, I was young.
It came out in the 80s.
Yeah.
Spawn didn't come out until 93, I think.
So yeah, there's no way. I mean, Hellraiser is definitely
Yeah, Hellraiser is definitely older. Like, and it probably was, whether he intentionally went, oh, I'm going to copy that idea or not.
Right.
That's probably up for grabs. It's probably not so, but
that's one of those things when writing, and McFarlane used to call it resonance. Something resonates with something.
Yep.
And that's cool until like you think you have this original idea, and then someone goes, "Oh, it's like," and then you're like, "Well, damn it!"
Right. No, like, that's not my idea.
I had
just similar a little bit.
I had there was a publication that came out. It's called iHero, and I had sold a couple stories with this character called the Tombsman. And the idea for that character was primarily, I was like, all right, that, you know, the problem with Superman, that he's too overpowered, you can't make him interesting. So
yeah, because you can't, because you know he's not going to die.
Right. So I took that kind of as a challenge. I wanted to make a character, and then I don't remember who or what this was, but I really wish I could remember the name of these comics. Marvel used to put out, or did for a while, they put out these comics that were just like profiles of characters who had died. And I loved them because A, you could learn a lot about, you know, characters that you might not have necessarily known. B, I was young enough when those were coming out, I could kind of study them to help draw. And that's actually where I started learning how to draw. And there was some guy, and I forget what his name is now in Marvel, but he was always just killing characters. Like that was like you would have these characters that go to a bar. Jeff said, I would love to see Spawn in this versus the Cenobites. Me too, because I think that'd be interesting. But
you might look that up because I think maybe there was something like that later on.
I think there is too, because I think I was reading something about that when I was looking stuff up. I saw clips, not clips, but I don't know, like titles, but whatever. And
in Pit, they named the character the Cenobites, and I'm like, you might want to change that name.
So, anyway, there was this one character that Marvel had where he just, like, these evil villains would go to some bar, and this guy would pop up and just gun them down. Like, it happened several times, and it was Marvel's way of just getting rid of people. And so I thought to myself, because iHero was kind of a connected universe type thing, it's like, I want to make a character like that. I want to make that character. A character whose his purpose is to get rid of other characters. And so I had this guy, the Tombsman, and I'm thinking, oh, this is all original. No one's done this. This is great.
Wonderful.
And then the editor would put these little blurbs in front of the stories, right? To kind of tell you what they're, you know, what the character's like. And the one he put for mine was that it was my undead vampire. He called it my energy vampire or something like that. That's how he described it. And I was like, he's not a vampire. He doesn't suck blood. He steals their energy. Yeah, I guess that is a vampire. Just kind of sucked. I didn't like having my story, you know, redacted down to just, it's a vampire. And I'm like, but whatever.
You're right.
Sometimes you look at some of these characters and you're just like, it's just this rebranded. But you're like, they're a difference. Like, if you know the characters, you know they're different. Kind of like when they say, like, Thanos is a ripoff of Darkseid. And I'm just like, yeah, but they're not the same. Like, they're really not. I mean, I can kind of see where it starts off, but it's not the same. I'd also do work. I thought work was the energy vampire, but oh well. That's kind of funny. It's like I have this idea for. I haven't decided the length. Only you know. But anyway, I got this idea for a kind of like a story template, I guess. Like, I see it kind of like a. You know how there are like, especially in like the 70s and 80s and probably the 90s too. You had these shows. Yeah, I'm sure it still goes on. You have these television shows that it's basically the same story, just told over and over again with slight tweaks.
American Horror Story?
Yeah, okay. Or Law and Order was like always pretty much, it was like, you know.
Well, Law and Order was literally taken from the newspapers.
Yeah, but
they would just tweak the ending sometimes so that it was a different result.
Yeah, but they always had like it was a set, like you had this, someone finds a body, right? And then the cops investigate.
That's how the cops get involved.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, you just kind of, all right, got to find a body. All right, so you got to figure out some way to have a body. All right, now the cops have to get involved. So then you have and then you have to go to the courtroom, you know, and like there were certain things that happen in every episode, or nearly every episode. And so I had this idea for like kind of like the frame of a story. Like this always happens at the beginning in some way, shape, or form. And this always happens at the end. And these kind of things tend to happen in between. And I was like, all right. So I've asked a couple people. Like I asked my wife because she reads a lot. I was like, have you seen this setup? And so far, no one has told me. Like, it's one of those things where I think this is a good concept. It must be stolen, or you know, I must have seen it somewhere. I must have seen a show or something, and whatever. But no one's been able to tell me this particular setup is in a show that they know. So I'm not going to put it on YouTube, but I will later on. I'll send you the template so you can kind of see what it's like. But I am very interested to kind of see if it is. It's not necessarily new. Like I'm taking tropes, I'm sure I am, but I haven't seen this setup done this way, I guess. But it's still close enough to things that I've seen. That it seems familiar. Which, you know, that's kind of the sweet spot when you can find something that is comfortable for the audience to digest, but maybe is a flavor they haven't had yet, if that makes sense. So some of that stuff with the similarities and things, and you know, does it come from this story or that story? If Todd McFarlane didn't purposely look at Hellraiser and go, yeah, we're going to use chains. Okay, I believe he didn't set out to do that, but I would argue.
I don't know if he did or not. I'm just saying, like, it's just as likely because everything in the 80s was fucking chains. Ghost Rider, you know what I mean? Ghost Rider was a demon that had chains, and that outdates Hellraiser.
That's true.
But
so did Hellraiser steal it from Ghost Rider?
Well, I don't know if it's stolen at all because they're different concepts. Hellraiser's Hellraisers don't carry around chains. They rip you apart.
Right.
So Ghost Rider carries around the chains literally on him.
Right.
But McFarlane may have mixed Ghost Rider and Spider-Man to come up with Spawn.
What is CCE? That's Jeff said I call it CCE. Convergent Comic Evolution. Oh. Now that sounds nifty. So it's Convergent Comic Evolution where basically ideas are kind of developed in tandem at the same time without necessarily knowing about the others?
I think all of us are influenced by something.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
The question is whether or not it's a conscious influence. And I could see a lot of this stuff being subconscious influences.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that that's true either, but I can see that possibility.
Yeah.
It's too easy to, like, for instance, how many people have haircuts exactly like Wolverine?
Yeah. Okay.
Not just Wolverine and Beast, but Wolverine, Beast, fucking Owlman, Catman, Dogman. There's a bunch of different people with pretty much that same haircut. So I think some of it may have been subconscious. Some of the ones that I'm named off are actually older than Wolverine. Did Wolverine steal that? Did he steal it from the owl? You know, the original of the owl? Or
Jeff said, how many people have haircuts exactly like Karen?
Exactly like what?
Karen.
Yeah.
You know, a Karen. Oh, was it snowing? I can't tell. My computer just told me the snow will stop in about 1.5 hours. And I'm like, I did not know it had restarted. Yeah, we had to go to Purdue today for a swim meet, and I woke up, and Purdue is about 2 hours away. But I woke up, and my room's all the windows are covered, because I don't want to light in the morning. Walk out, and there's a window off to my right, and it's just white, and I'm like, because I got to drive in this crap. And I almost wrecked this morning because the roads are terrible, absolutely terrible.
It's inevitable. It's winter.
Yeah, I know. On the way home, it was way better because everything had melted. But I think it was my son's first time driving in snow because they had to be at the school at 8 this morning. And I was like, that's cool. I don't have to be there. Bye. So they drove themselves.
Good thing you got that license you knew.
So, whatever. I mean, but on the way home, because they drove to school and then they take the bus to the meet. Well, at the meet, we got them and we went out to eat and then came home. So I was the one driving on the way home and, got to talk about, hey, please remember that overpasses and underpasses freeze first. Just little things like that.
Yeah.
Because while Whit has his license, Thaddeus is about to get his license, and I got to... I'll have 2 licensed kids. I can't wait to see that car insurance.
All right, let's break so I can get a drink real quick. And look at it from a distance for a minute. What were the rules for the contest? It has to be, you're sharing it on Instagram. It's supposed to be on the Todd McFarlane Productions Blue Line sketch cover, which I have a friend that's supposed to transfer this page onto that. And yeah, that's pretty much it for rules. You can be a novice, you can be a pro, you can be whatever. There are 7 days. The 1st to the 7th, if you wanted to spawn. The 8th to the 14th, if you wanted to do Gunslinger spawn. The 14th to the 21st, if you want to do the Team Scorched. And the last week of the month is Spawn Growing. Yeah, what I'm doing now is what McFarlane calls sexy lines. So we're sexying it up, but it's really just throwing little kind of scratches and dings and details, and like he doesn't worry awful much about getting the anatomy perfect or the shadows consistent with the anatomy or whatever. It has to be visually something. So I'm pretty much trying to do it in such a way where you can read the chains throughout the darkness without too much detail, and then when it comes out of the darkness, I'm gonna put those sexy lines in it. Yeah, it leaves a lot of options. I don't think there's a lot of options for people who do it traditionally like I am. I think there's way more options if you're a digital artist, because it's a download to get that paper. It's not a paper, it's a printer, basically set up design. And I'm doing it on Canson comic book paper because I didn't know about that specific paper when I started it. But yeah, it's till tomorrow for Spawn, and we might do a villain. Just depends. They're kind of like one of the characters in Scorched, but I don't know if it has to be the whole team if you're doing Scorched, or just a member of Scorched is good, or whatever. Yeah. Well, I guess I'm lucky I didn't trip and fall and put a knife in my eyeball.
Well, I mean, I suppose that's good for everyone.
Or, you know, some people may consider it bad luck.
Well, that's one of those things where I'm like, well, I might be worth more dead than alive right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, huh?
Well, what's kind of scary is if I really wanted to, I could retire in 10 years. like I'm fully vested, and there's a thing called the Rule of 85 that I can do in 10 years, which means I get my my retirement money and all that stuff, and it's all good, right? And you know, at 56, I'd still be young enough to go find other work. But when you start looking at, all right, how much is the life insurance for? And how much money am I going to make in those 10 years? Now, the nice thing is the life insurance is not that high. So I'm not making that kind of money. Or the life insurance is not high enough to compared to 10 years. But I don't bring home my full pay. You bring home most of the insurance. So at some point, the math kind of does point to the idea that my wife would be better off if I spontaneously combusted.
As long as it pays out.
Hey, I'm gonna run and get a drink.
No,
You put the thought in my head, and I'm out. So I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I'm back. Okay, just had a thought about writing, and well, now I have to share because what else am I doing? But okay, so Rich, you're a little older than me, right?
So we keep saying.
Well, that's what you said. I had no idea.
Uh,
You have more hair than I do. Just pointing it out. So
I was being facetious, dude.
okay.
Yes, I'm
And,
sure I'm older than you.
Joe
For one,
said he was a
I
little
got
bit younger
Joe
than me.
Ford on my president's list, and you don't.
No. You have Ford?
Yep, I saw Ford.
Oh. Well, I can't say I ever saw Carter because I was alive, but
Well, and that's what I'm talking about. Like, I wasn't hanging out at Ford rallies or whatever.
not by your own free will, at least. So,
No, I don't think anyone in my family was a Ford supporter, but, you know. All I can say is I don't think.
God, that's kind of weird. That is. So it's.
I just got one more president under my belt than you do.
See, okay, so I'm not a history buff, first off, so you got to remember that. But that means, so if I get my order right, it's Ford came after Nixon, right?
Yeah, Spiro T. Agnew was after. Actually, that's when I was born, I think. That was after Kennedy. Anyway.
Yeah, it actually is kind of germane to what I'm going to talk about, but perception of time.
Yes, and share whatever you have with the class.
Anyway, so like when I think about writing an adventure story, or if I see an adventure story, to me, if it goes like I guess for me, the Indiana Jones franchise kind of solidified a certain view of an adventure story.
Right?
And if it,
that's what it was supposed to do. So
well, absolutely. But so there are certain like when I think of, I can't see a modern adventure story the same way. Like it doesn't quite feel right if it's not set in the right time period, which I find weird. But then I'm like, no, wait. So when I watch shows like Stranger Things, which are set in the 80s, right? Or, some time period in which I was present, I can go, oh, they're doing kind of a 80s, and like it's nostalgia, but it's not the same thing as it doesn't seem like a real adventure. It wouldn't feel like a real adventure. It's more like an 80s version of a real, and it's kind of weird that it has solidified what an adventure story looks like to me. And I kind of wonder, is that done by age? Like the technology level of adventure stories that were popular and mainstream when I was born, or at least things that were well known, like Tarzan has a certain amount of technology, Indiana Jones had a certain amount when they came out, but Alan Quatermain, those types of things. Like it seems like a very like when we were little, it just seemed like distant past. Which like I never thought of Nixon being only 2 presidents away from the first president of my life. Like it kind of blows my mind how close I am to Nixon presidency. So some of this stuff where it's just like, oh yeah, like, but will the kids of today look back at stories told from the set in the old 80s? Are those going to be that's the level of technology for their adventure stories? Or do you think it's now this trope of once you have cell phones, a lot of stuff that adventure stories have and internet like kind of dwindles down. Or, you know, I mean, technically we have video games and stuff too. But even with like, oh, what was that? Uncharted, that was the one. You know, it's an okay story, but I kind of felt like, you know, if this was set in the 1940s, it might be cool.
Indiana Jones if it was set in the 1940s.
Yeah, I know, but it just seems like,
they didn't.
Sometimes some of the stuff that they're going through, I'm like, yeah, there's technology that'll solve most of this problem. I don't know. So it kind of, I don't know, just, it doesn't hit the same. And I don't know if that's because of my age. I don't know if it's because of just the media that's been produced. I don't know. But it's definitely something to, because we can tap into that zeitgeist kind of thing and get every, you know, like when you say sci-fi, most people are going to think of one or two things, Star Wars or Star Trek. It's like, how do you get into that?
I hate that because that's not what I want to think about when I think about them.
Well, I mean, we're more informed. But, by the way, have you seen the newest Dune trailer?
I saw, yeah, kind of. Yeah, I saw a couple of seconds of it, and I don't know if it's the newest one. I saw one for the review.
That's my number one movie for this year.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That for me will be. I can't think of anything else coming out.
Well, I guess I'm glad that you're not on the Robert Eggers bandwagon.
The what bandwagon?
Robert Eggers.
Nope, guess not.
He did The Witch, and he did Northman, and
Oh yeah.
I do not like it. I felt that Northman was a bait and switch. It was a long, boring ass movie. I think he just wanted to use the chick that he used in The Witch again. I think actually he used the guy that he used for Omelet's uncle, whatever the hell. He was in 13th Warrior. I think it's the same guy from The Witch. And that was kind of a piss you off movie too, because it was long and slow and really nothing happened until the end. You do there's Duel 2 or something like that.
Jeff, are you talking about the Godzilla Plus One?
Yeah, I heard that was really good too.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. Although I think
I haven't either, but I have heard it's really good.
Did that come out technically though in December?
I have no idea.
No, anyway. Oh, -1. Sorry. Godzilla Plus One is when he brings Ghidorah to meet the parents.
That's when Godzuki's there and
No, but anyway, I'm just the only movie I'm like. Normally, there are several movies a year that I'm kind of looking forward to, and this year I was like, God, I can't think of. And then I was like, oh yeah, Dune Part 2 is coming because Dune Part 1 is either one of the best movies ever or one of the absolute dick moves ever. Because
I'm not sure. Like, some of it really kind of ticks me off because it's swapped.
Well,
there's quite a bit that's swapped in it. It's just like I don't get why they can't stay true to the literature. You know what I mean?
I think he's not doing too bad of a job for Dune.
He's not doing an exact job.
Well,
But, and that's what I'm saying, the small things that he didn't keep, there was no reason that he couldn't have kept.
but the way that Dune
And I
ended,
actually don't agree with all of his choices for cast either.
that sudden, abrupt ending is just, I mean, that's terrible. But I understand why he did it.
Yeah. Because he was always intended to sucker the audience back.
Well, one of the biggest complaints about the original Dune film was that they tried to pack too much in and confused audiences.
They fucking changed the original film from the original Dune book.
Oh, I know, but I'm just simply saying that
That's one of the problems with it for me and most of the people that I know of.
well, to me, I mean, again, just this idea of trying to build a world and all this stuff.
On some things.
It's, you know, it's hard to do that in one movie. And now we have, like, we could do a series and develop it. And, you know, that'd be great. But trying to cram it into 90 minutes or whatever, I think is crazy. So I'm glad that he pushed to make sure, you know, to get 2 parts at least and, you know, really try to create his vision. I think that's great. The changes to the book or to the movie for me aren't changes to things that I'm concerned with. I guess they're not the things that draw me to the book anyway. Put it that way. Yeah. So if it gets changed, I'm like, oh, that's an interesting take. Like, it doesn't. He hasn't messed with the stuff that I really care about, I guess. Oh yeah. God, those are 3 great movies. Although I guess the original Resident Evil is actually, I enjoyed that movie, even though they changed stuff. But that was the last one of those I liked. But yeah, Doom, Max Payne. But yeah, I heard Henry Cavill as I haven't looked into it too much with Henry Cavill, but I think
Highlander.
Oh yeah, there's that. But the Warhammer thing, I think he might be also producing some of that.
Yeah, he's a gamer too.
Right. And I'm, quite frankly, I am down for a Highlander movie. I think it's a great concept. I'd like to see it done.
I think it's really odd that they don't choose any Scotsmen.
Well, he's British.
That's not Scotch.
I understand that, but it's a lot closer.
That's kind of an insult to the Scotch.
No, because it is way closer than wherever the original guy was from.
Luxembourg.
Yeah, still.
Yeah, and they had Sean Connery, and Sean Connery's from where?
Yeah, which is weird because he played a guy from Egypt. That's the worst Egyptian I've ever seen.
Actually, Ramirez moved to Egypt. He didn't start off in Egypt. Ramirez is a Spanish name. Remember Spanish Peacock?
Okay, fine. Still,
they chose the wrong. But you know, if you think about it, like, I don't know if you know much about the film at all, but Clancy Brown said he wouldn't get paid for it.
Okay.
Because basically, it's a student film.
Kind of shows.
And they spent pretty much all their budget on Sean Connery.
Well, yeah. And that's kind of what I mean, though, by I think that's a good movie for a reboot or a remake, because
I agree. But
the studio has proven, the concept has proven it'll draw an audience, so the studio can fund it, so it's done correctly.
Right, and Henry Cavill will draw an audience, but the problem for me is that I think they missed the boat. I think they had the perfect candidate to play him, and they never even considered it.
Who do you think would have been the perfect candidate?
Well, it's a Scotsman. And you know his name. He actually played the bad guy in the Marvel movie. Played the bad guy in the DC movie just recently. He played in the Batman.
I can't think of anyone that I would choose for that role. But from
He
anything
played
you
the
just
Penguin.
described. Who?
He played the Penguin.
Oh, he might be too old.
How is he too old? He's immortal.
Because
They
you
could
have
change the age of when he died easily enough.
Nope.
But I think he could still pull it off.
I don't know.
But like I said, I think they missed the boat with him because there was a time when he was the popular guy, and then they did some fucking stupid ass shit with him, like make him play John Smith. Instead of redoing Highlander, because that was the perfect person to play Highlander. If they'd have caught him back in his Daredevil days when he was playing Bullseye and American Outlaw and all that stuff. I think Henry Cavill would play a good James Bond,
No, I agree.
and that's one of the things he was up to the role for.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to go that way because they're dumb.
No, because they're dumb, right? But yeah, he would be exemplary in that role because he would be the second British guy to ever play him, and way closer to looking the actual part.
Jeff said he can't bear the thought of producers slaughtering another childhood favorite film. And my only response to that is...
Which one would that be?
Well, I'm just saying, they did that.
No, I'm just saying, which childhood favorite film are you talking about not having them slaughtered? Because,
What, you think the Highlander was this... They ran the franchise into the ground? But...
Well, that's not what I meant. I didn't know if he meant Highlander or if he was talking about James Bond or whatever.
I think it was Highlander. But,
yeah, because
the way I figure,
I can't really pay attention to when he's posting stuff if I'm doing this.
Right. But, like the Ghostbusters, they had that terrible, whatever that terrible all-female girl power.
Didn't do it, didn't watch it.
Yeah, well, whatever. It was terrible. Well, it wasn't terrible, but it wasn't good. And just completely nowhere near as good as the other two.
Oh, yeah, the whole gender swapping thing with Chris Hemsworth and whatever. Yeah, whatever.
But I'm like, I still have the original Ghostbusters, and they're still fantastic. God, I love the first one where the real villain is the EPA. That's hilarious. God, I love that thing. But, you can't take that away from me. So that's good. And then, I don't know, they might do a really good job. I also always think about James Bond films because some of the Roger Moore ones are just kind of stupid. I mean, you know,
Yeah,
every
but
time
that's not his
they
fault.
no, I agree. I just, oh God, yeah. Sometimes they got too campy and or some of the Pierce Brosnan ones were kind of bad too. Oh, good Dark Crystal remake would be fantastic if it's done right.
Look at what they did with the fucking Dark Crystal already.
Well,
And that's
yeah,
what
I'd
they
like to
would
see them do it
continue
right.
to do. What's that?
I'd like to see them do it correctly.
Yeah, right. I'd like to see them do the Wheel of Time correctly, but you know, don't
Yeah,
hold their fucking breath.
yeah.
So sorry, I can't not.
Well, it's like, oh, see, that's God. So, I don't know if you've seen this, and I don't know how long it lasted. I hope it's dead. But, you know, like, I grew up with the Thundercats, and that was great. Until I got older and I watched them again, and I was like, this is some of the most, like, stupidest writing ever. But, you know, as a kid, I was enthralled, and I loved it, and there's a place in my heart for it. They rebooted it, and it was...
Sorry.
What?
No, never mind. I was going to say something about that and something else, but you go ahead.
They rebooted the thing, and they took kind of a more grounded, not like grounded, because, I mean, it's cat people, but it was a little more mature take, and it was... I mean, there's actually one episode of it that I thought that is an amazing episode of TV. I don't care what it is. And unfortunately, it didn't sell toys, and so they canceled it. And then they made it like what they did with Teen Titans, where it used to be a pretty decent cartoon, and then they made it suck. It's just... Oh, like they changed the animation style to this goofy, stupid look. Oh, they've just killed everything about that. And it's just like, oh, that hurts. To see them reboot it, make it actually better, and then kill that to make it so much worse.
I don't know if I like the remake of Thundercats at all, actually.
What about a non-Sons of Anarchy version of the Sword in the Stone? I know what Sword in the Stone is, and I know what Sons of Anarchy is, but I'm not aware of a Sons of Anarchy version of the Sword in the Stone. So I'm assuming there is a version like that. That was a question for everybody. But
sorry, I'm looking for an expensive brush that just seemed to disappear.
No, sorry.
Well, yeah, I'll be sorry if I can't find it.
Wow. Okay. Well, I like
that's
Sword
why I
in the Stone.
intended to use it. Probably fell behind my desk, which significantly changes the speed of me doing any of this. Well, yeah, because I was depending on having that bigger, stable brush. I've got a stable brush, but it's a fucking very small one, and it doesn't make sense at all to use that, because it would take just as long as everything else, but I'd have to be twice as careful. Well, I thought I was going to use the new acrylic paint. I guess I'm going to go back to my Copics for a little while. and figure out what happened to my expensive brush. And you know, as soon as I'm done with this, I'll find it.
Oh, yeah. It'll probably be where it's supposed to be, too.
It's not.
Oh, just...
No, it's not, because I know exactly what in it. I have separate cans for different brushes.
Yeah.
And it has a brush with a cap, but it's in a tube. So that tube is missing, the whole thing.
Yeah.
And I had actually pulled it out because I used it. So I guess I'm back to marker.
That sounds about right, Jeff. Jeff said he is meticulously organized with everything, the thing he needs. Sounds about right.
Yeah, I've literally I've got a cup for the brushes I've been using for my acrylics. I've got a can specifically for inking supplies, a can specifically for ink brushes, a can specifically for oil brushes, a can specifically for old acrylic brushes. So, like, it's not in any of them. But this isn't a very big desk space, and Eli uses this area, usually backs into this area. He uses the area behind me. But he sits in my chair, so if he bumped the desk, it's a very good chance it just fell out behind the desk. But I have a tattoo chair that's folded up behind the desk, so I can't get past it and see where the brush is. I would have to move literally everything that I've got in front of me and where my laptop is and everything just to see if the brush is back there. This doesn't seem like it's dark enough to do the trick. That means I have to go to the other ones. That's one thing that really sucks about using markers in different types, because there's different colors of those markers. Like, this is the same brand, but this is darker than the one I just used. Because it's Bristol board and I've colored on it a lot. It wants to start coming apart a little bit too. Yeah.
You know, right now, it looks like a skull.
Or what?
A skull. Like if you take a step back.
Like inverted, you mean?
A what?
Like inverted, turned upside down?
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, those are the eyes, and then the bottom part's like the nose-ish area. Although the cake part would do this. Wow, he's just. No, just. I can see it both ways now. It's like a hidden skull thing. And if I were you, Rich, I would say that was 100% intentional.
Yeah, well, it ain't where it's supposed to be, so it's not. One of those things again, if I was to have enough time to plan it out to the best of my ability, conceptually and everything would probably be a lot different. Do you have a squeaky wheelchair or a dog that's whining?
Neither one. Ah.
That was an odd sound.
What?
I don't know. That's why I said it was an odd sound.
Okay.
You dropped beads on a metal tray or something. I don't know. You need to think I'm going to work more than amount harder. Well, that sound I would have attributed to something on Brett's end if I didn't turn around and look. Like maybe I was accusing him of making a sound that he didn't make.
The first one was on his end.
What's that?
The first one was on his end.
Oh.
It's definitely me. It said on there, meat fried mushrooms.
Yeah, that's a good thing to make.
Bursting the flames.
That's a good thing for you not to do.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can hear this conversation.
A little bit.
Said she's going to make fried mushrooms. I said, that's a good thing for you to make. She said, I'm going to try not to burst into flames. And I said, that's a good thing for you to try not to do.
That's running the family, so.
What? Bursting into flames?
Yeah. I'm ready to put out the fire.
As someone who has been caught on fire, it's not fun.
Well, when I was very, very little, like, I want to say kindergarten age,
Yeah.
I had a hamster, and that hamster went psycho and had a heart attack and died. Just out of the blue, right? Well, 2 days later, we had a fire. But one day later, someone was telling us hamsters do that if they get it in their head something terrible is going to happen. So the hamster was predicting that shit. And I didn't get any scars or anything. My mom did, though. She got a burn from the fire exit, the ladder. But nobody burst into spontaneous flames. At least not that I know of.
Well, I was working at a factory.
I mean, Joe used to do a really, really good Michael Jackson impression. But he never took it that far.
I was working in this factory that makes like metal shelves for big box stores, and we're welding, and I'm the only one really that can move this grate by himself, so I'm the only one on this machine, and it's these big, thick, heavy welds going through, and I'm moving it, and I had to hold it against my hip every time to move it off the machine and onto the rack. And so I'm doing all this stuff. And I looked at, I set one down and I'm like, what was that? And I look down and my shirt is completely on fire, where apparently the welds had just gotten hot enough. And so, I'm screaming like a girl, just doing that. But literally like half my shirt's gone. But that was the worst of it. So I was like, yeah, I mean, they almost wrote me up too, because they're like, you're supposed to have an apron on for this. I'm like, no one told me. And they're like, well, let's just keep this between us then. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Yeah, that means that if they wrote you up, you could sue their asses.
Probably.
Oosha. This music I found this from James Journey's website, and he was painting dinosaurs, and he found this, I guess, this dinosaur fight theme that this guy wrote. I haven't been able to find the dinosaur fight theme, but I found these ones. And like you said, that kind of sounds like Conan pushing the wheel and shit.
Yep.
I really wish I could just play whatever I want.
Yeah.
I think it would be a good thing because, people would say, what's that you're playing? Where can I get it? But no, Lars Ulrich had to fuck up a good thing for everybody.
Can't believe you
That
got me
sounds
to
like
say
what Rice Krispies sound like when they got out of high school.
something.
Running the streets and shit.
Hey, Rich, I gotta go, man. It's midnight.
Yeah, I gotta get this done, so I can't go. I'm trapped. For a little while.
Sorry, man. It's been fun.
Yep, take it easy.
See ya.
Okay, so I'm gonna mute it for a second. Wow, that sounded like thunder or somebody cracked upstairs. So I'm really close. This marker wants the color solid if I go slower, so I've been changing the speed on it because I want to get it done quick, but it's like an actual paintbrush. And what you see me going back and doing little spots here and there is because the combo shooting the super pen that I was using isn't just solid. So I'm trying to get as much of it just solid black as I can. And then use the paintbrush and do a little bit of this white acrylic that Holbein sent me, complimentary, and see how it works over the black. A couple of spots I want to move the consistency of, or I want to kind of widen one of his eyes out. So. I couldn't find the brush I wanted to. That was for the bigger stuff anyway. The Wolverine is the one I was using on the finer details stuff. I can find the Wolverine. I like these markers because they blend really well. Like paint, really. So, unless this is purchased for some reason, I might end up finishing it out in black and gray and Copics because I do like them so much. You guys watching Reacher? Yeah. You're not really going to see a blend. What I'm doing is coloring this black over the other black because the other black is patchy. And I don't think you'd see the patchiness on screen because it's so far distant. Though I might be able to focus in closer and you could see, but what's the point, right? Mostly I'm trying to get rid of the patchiness, which I'm almost there. Almost there.
bit. Oh.
Yes, what's the SPAWNuary event? So it's 4 events. There's 4. It's a contest for possibly having your work appear on 4 covers. If you have X, you follow Todd McFarlane on X, you can probably look up SPAWNuary. Actually, you can look it up online, SPAWNuary. You have to have you have to do this mailing list so that you can get a copy of the 3-line sketch cover. That's the format he wants it on, but Spawn is, if you want to do Spawn, it's due tomorrow. If you want to do Gunslinger Spawn is next week, due the 14th. Scorched is the week after that, and then any Spawn villain is the week after that. And it's basically you have to do your Spawn on that particular format and then post it up on Instagram, pretty much tagged SPAWNuary. And the 28th, they're going to judge who wins the covers. But you got to have your stuff filled out by the due dates. I really wasn't even sure whether I was going to do this, but I was painting the rhino, and I was almost done painting the rhino, so I had to figure out what I was going to do next anyway. Finally, I'm almost done. I'm almost done with this. What do you think the most underrated villain is? I think you've made it more difficult by saying in any universe. Honestly, I don't think I can answer that question very easily. I thought there was a lot of possibilities for Jigsaw. I would even have said the Taskmaster before they made him completely wuss out with, I don't even know what it was, Captain Marvel or something like that now. Any universe, that's the real difficult part. Any universe. Atrocitus is pretty badass too. I'm not really into the all-powerful guys. Bullseye was pretty badass. I liked him for Daredevil. What do you think? Forgot totally I was going to use these chains as a design element. Not the why I wasn't so worried about keeping them so neat and tidy up top. Need to. Oh, yeah. I don't know if it's really overlooked. They've had a couple of runs of it, just people don't tend to go that way. And hear him land in the Midnight Sun, well, Midnight Sun, with Ghost Rider, Johnny Blaze, and Morbius. Don't know if I like Blade as a character because it's like it's confusing what a vampire is. It's one thing if it's Morbius, who's not really a vampire, he's a scientists experimenting with shit. But I have a hard time swallowing half-breed vampire. I'm a werewolf fan, and I would have a hard time swallowing half-breed werewolf, so just to show you how fair it is. My favorite comic books are really, my favorites in the comic books aren't really the superhero comic books. I cut my teeth on like Conan the Barbarian and Call the Conqueror and the Punisher, and I include Moon Knight in that because if you really go strictly by what it's supposed to be, you don't know if it's really supernatural or if he's cracked in the head, imagining the supernatural part. I mean, I guess I'm not opposed to necessarily superhero comic books, just they've never really been my favorites, especially when it comes to the villains, because most of the superhero villains are, I don't know. Hard to be plausible. When I first started reading X-Men, it was old issues that my uncle had, and it was the Brood, which was kind of like a cross between Aliens and Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I kind of that because it had a lot of darker art, like Pit. His villain is pretty much his father, Zoidberg, the other fucker. He's had a couple other ones introduced, but the series wasn't long enough running to develop those villains very well. I mentioned earlier, one of them were the Cenobites, but they didn't end up being villains. They're just a race of kind of draconians. And there was a necromancer that kind of popped up for one issue. But to be fair, it was like the end of the run, pretty much. I don't know if he didn't want to keep paying out of pocket to do it, or if he didn't agree with the way the writers were doing it, or whatever. But it was just getting to a point where there was some interesting things happening. Yes, supernatural is a problem. It's not like fantasy is a problem or whatever, but a couple of issues I've always had with superheroes are, like, a lot of the superheroes, they're not hiding their face, or they're only partially hiding their face. Or they only hide part of their face, but not their hair, eyes, chin, nose, and the parts that you can identify them by. And one of the things, like with X-Men, that I developed as a problem is that all of these characters, all these mutants, and there's not one mutation that repeats itself. It's always a vastly different mutant, or now they're kind of making girls of the guy mutants and vice versa, but I don't think that really counts as another Wolverine popping up or another Cyclops or Havoc or Angel, Beast. What would happen if somebody else had those powers, you know? That might be interesting. Not just somebody unchecked or bad guys, but with a totally different personality. Superman's one of those characters that you really can't defeat him. And even the idea that kryptonite weakens him is bullshit too, because he doesn't get his power from being away from Krypton. It's his power from the sun, so yeah. The Punisher, yeah. He's always been one of my favorite. I'd say Batman is too, even though they play Batman off like he's really a superhero. When he gets kicked across buildings and thrown down an entire building and smashed to the wall, and in reality, if that happened, he'd be dead. You know, like, when I think of Batman, there's a couple of villains that I really like. Well, not so much villains anymore, some of them. Azrael. And there's one, I can't remember his name right now, that he only used one time. It was basically the bad guy equivalent of the Punisher or Batman. They only let him be used once. I know Chuck Dixon wanted to use him another time. It was pretty much denied to use him, which denying any writer the ability to whatever to write whatever they want within the canon or whatever. Like he wasn't trying to rewrite Bruce Wayne as a character or Batman as a character. He was just trying to bring back a bad guy that hadn't been killed. That's one of the things I always liked about the Punisher Spider-Man team. Because Spider-Man doesn't kill his bad guys at all. Like, he's killed two of his bad guys in the entire time. He's warring over Craven for years. Not that I'm saying they could be killing, whatever. Poison Ivy, he's interesting. I don't know nearly enough about the comic book Poison Ivy to say much on the subject, but anyone that's supposedly powerful enough to ensnare Superman with a kiss. It's pretty interesting. It kind of reminds me of Rogue and what Rogue would be if Rogue was evil. They could take anyone's power. Even if she didn't want to use anyone's power, she'd take it away so that they don't have it. And now mentioning Rogue makes me think I used to also like Kazar for a long time. Days were different. They had a lot more characters when I was a kid that you could choose from or follow. Now they're either they don't use them because they only want to use what they're making money on, or they use them stupidly and waste them. Now I'm getting to think about what's not so much underrated, but not used right. How many characters started off as one thing, and they could have been great in that capacity, and ended up being either twisted into good guys, or given a backstory that tries to excuse what they did, or I liked the Hand as a bad guy for Wolverine. Of course, it's not one guy, it's the whole organization, but Silver Samurai, I guess. I think Frank Miller treated bad guys right. Didn't pussyfoot around with them, and as good guys, like, despite the fact that I think good guys are supposed to be good guys and they're the examples of what we should be, I think some of what he did, like innovating the Dark Knight, because Batman wouldn't be right in the head if he watched his mom and dad get killed, I think those are reasonable exceptions to the rule. Daredevil, when he wrote him, Daredevil wasn't creating him bad, but his perfect life was upended because you can't be the guy that fights the villains at night and have a perfect girlfriend and never lose a case and all that. So I think Frank went about that great by making his girlfriend, first of all, a crackhead, and then when he and her were done, Elektra was a bad guy, so it's pretty tragic. But then they did the same thing with her that I was talking about, where they changed her from a bad guy into a, if not good guy, anti-hero. which is the excuse for making a bad guy a good guy. Gambit, yeah. He's interesting. Like I followed the X-Men from before Gambit came around. And I think Gambit and Rogue kind of were made for each other, literally. She reminds me a lot of the name's not going to come to me. Longshot. I mean, Longshot didn't have the power to supercharge things or whatever, but his power was luck. And I used to really like Longshot. That was a character I got into for a while. And this stuff is like before Cable and when the New Mutants were still the New Mutants and not X-Force. Almost done. One more set of black chains and then a few little white details. And I can stick a fork in it. Where were you making suggestions when I was looking for people to make suggestions on what to draw? The Rhino came out of the suggestion because nobody else was making suggestions but Brett's kid. And I think maybe I'll do one of the villains. They got plenty of time ahead of time. But if people show up, I'll take a vote. pretty strong one. I'm almost guessing that it would be predominantly supply labor. It's not the best one, though. What's the oldest? That should include Jason Manny and Mount Bolton. I don't think I really want to read McFarlane's version of the devil. I've done a werewolf on screen. Did you see that one? It's on my Instagram. Matter of fact, I was talking about painting it and doing a painted version for a t-shirt. Because Brett and I have been talking about maybe creating a store. Stickers and coffee cups and t-shirts and hats, whatever. When I finish this chain in a minute, so that now that I have to do just that little bit of weight, I gotta use a stretch for just a second. I'll grab that picture and show you the werewolf if you haven't seen it. I'll turn this around so that it looks right. Yeah, the most important thing is that a picture like this should read well. Like you should see it from a distance and know what's going on. And I think those chains are better when they turn to black outside the cape because you can really read them well. Let's see. It's really awkward how much I've done since I started streaming. And then there's stuff I did for other people's streams that was more cartoony versions of art. I'm going to take away the banner for a second so that, well, wait a minute. So that it's a clear view of pretty much most of him. Got like 10 pads over here going on. Some pictures are in pads, some pictures are... And I've got a one book comic book that I just got in when I supported over a year ago. You'd think it'd be easier to buy this stuff. Working on not working with it. Yeah. I thought it was closer to hand. If you go to my Instagram, you'll see it pretty easy. See if I can bring it up for you real quick. Here, I'll share it for you. I'm still stretching for a second anyway. It's not going to take me all that long to do anything else. There you go. Ooh, that wasn't good. That's not the way I wanted to start the day off. Oh shit. So I opened that wide and it spilled right on my lap. Just erupted out the top. I was not expecting that because it's angry. I tried to wipe it up. It seemed like that was pretty easy. Is there anything I'm missing? stop too long now. I see the couple of spots over here that are really late. I think it's just about time to take a picture. And hopefully the scan app will work. But since it's due on Instagram tomorrow, I might have a chance to put a staple if I need to. Depending on if Staples is going to be open. Because, you know, just my luck, there's a storm. It's supposed to start at 1 o'clock. Oh, hey, Mark. It only took me 5 hours to ink this. Oh, so there. I gotta give it the one shovel with the pencil eraser. And Spawn is done. Right, so thank you all for hanging out, especially Jeff, because you hung out the whole time, or near the whole time, and I much appreciate that. You even now hung out with. So, yeah, so if anybody is interested in me doing some like the werewolf and stuff on a store for posters or shirts or coffee mugs or whatever, let me know. And as usual, thank you for watching, thanks for hanging out, liking, subscribing, following, all that kind of stuff. I really can't see who does like and subscribe for some reason in SPAWNuary. We're just going to have to learn OBS. But, that said, good night. God bless. Much love.